Hello! What's up, everybody? JR, Warren, Shazar, Rasta, Zia, Chipmunk, 10 bucks, Lonigan, Macaron, Enkthar, Red, Colette, Thurlow, Bullvine, McAce, Goose. Hope everybody's doing good today. Heroes and Diamonds, thank you for the 6 months. Tier 1, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I haven't said you will be remembered in a while. When I thank new sub or resubs. I need to get back on that, I think, or give it up entirely. But I don't know. It's kind of I'm at a crossroads and I don't know what to do. Let's see. Yeah, Captain Lax. I was actually. It's funny because for the first time I think ever, I was in bed last night and I was going over the phrase, the whole sentence, right? And I was like, I was saying it over and over, trying to find other similar meaning. Because now I have like I have a perspective of how it can be understood in different ways. And so I was going over it and trying to think about, like, what about the crack part? Does that maybe have anything to do with, the cracks in the walls, or I went on a whole mental, journey in my brain, but no conclusion or anything interesting. Just thoughts. What's up, Gecko? I feel forgotten. Yeah, no, I need to get back to the tradition. I think traditions are important. I feel like that's a frequent thing in streaming, especially like in the I'm thinking back to the old days. People had their little sort of catchphrases for new subs and all that, and eventually over time it sort of disappears a little bit, and I always miss it when I think back to the old school streaming days. I always miss the catchphrases that disappear, and I always told myself I will not stop with mine. I will keep saying it, and eventually it's not a conscious decision. It just, Also, I think a part of it is Blueprints sort of captures my brain in a way that a lot of other games don't. So, like, I'm way more sort of always constantly thinking about the game. So I feel like I will more easily sort of forget to read chat, or I always read it, but for like not really address what's happening in chat or talk to chat or whatever, because my brain's so busy with the actual game, So I think it's part of kind of the whole thing, but I need to be a little better. So how about we start with this? Heroes and Diamonds, you will be remembered. Thank you for the sub. There we go. Now we did it properly. I also like the name Heroes and Diamonds. I think it's a great name. I don't think it's on my list of my favorite Twitch names, but it's, it's a good name. I like saying it. There's a few names when at the beginning of the stream, when I read the names of the people who are already in chat, there's always a few names that I like saying fully instead of just the short version. Heroes and Diamonds is one of them. Fear the Dawn is another one. And it's often towards the end of the list, and I think there was a time, I remember, for like months, where Fear the Dawn was always the last person to say hi when I was reading the list. And I'm not sure if they did it on purpose, but every time I would read the list of names, and it would always end with Fear the Dawn. And I thought it always, I don't know, it was a nice conclusion to the reading of names. I feel like Heroes and Diamonds is a fitting name for that too. Briboot rolls of the tongue so easily. I mean, well, listen, if you know how to pronounce it, and I'm not sure I'm doing it perfectly, but I think it's a good name. It's a smooth name. If you don't, the first time Briboot was in my chat, which I believe was during Outer Wilds, I'm pretty sure we had to have like a 5-minute conversation about how to pronounce it. Names with rhythm? Yeah. Some names just sound good, you know? And I don't know, some names have a little bit of a flair to it, like Heroes and Diamonds. Like, it makes you wonder. You can imagine sort of a scenario that goes with it, you know? Heroes and Diamonds. It's a good name. My favorite Twitch names: Delightful Business Goose, yep. Pump Action Pandas. Haven't seen Pump Action. Some of those names we've never seen again or often since. But some good names in there. Pump Action Pandas, Charismatic Minifauna, Eradication of Smallpox, True Dad Materia. I hope True Dad Materia is doing well. Parasocial Anxiety, still one of my favorites. Dunder Milflin, who changed his name, I think, but I will remember the original version. Magnesium-based wizard, of course. Patty's Goodest Girl, I forgot about that one. I'm pretty sure in our League of Legends games yesterday, someone had that name or a similar one. Tactical Diaper Change is crazy, though. She did, yeah, sorry. Thunder Milflin's a lady. Jimmy McBoldslap, perfect. Jimmy McBoldslap is a fun one because it was always on the list. And it's someone that sort of disappeared for a long period of time and then suddenly came back and was there quite a bit. And became a whole ass character during Until Dawn, I think. So that was funny. Yeah, I think Parasocial Anxiety is kind of my favorite name on that list, if I'm honest. Because I think the concept as a whole is very meaningful for streamers. You never know who will show up again. That's true. I never thought we'd see Jimmy McBoldslap again. Maybe one of these days we need to, you know, we need to make sure everyone on that list is subbed, so we can, you know, maybe have some of them show up again. Rasta, that's so funny because I was thinking about talking about it again, and I was like, I've rambled about International Space Satan every time we have that conversation, and it never worked. But thank you for trying again, Rasta. 43 total gifted subs. I appreciate you. International Space Satan. I hope one day you show up because I really want to add you to the list. International Space Satan. What a great name. But he was never here, so I can't put him to the... Yeah, he's a 7-month subscriber. He's probably... Okay, he's my longest subscriber that's never been on the channel. I'm pretty sure. I don't think anyone can beat that. Random letters, that's funny. Yeah, the layers there, Gecko, are pretty funny. I like it. International Space Satan, 7 months. Crazy. Crazy business. Oh well. Not a Twitch name, but I recently saw Goose Derogatory in MTG Arena and I enjoyed that. I used Derogatory for the first time in months yesterday. We were playing League of Legends and there was a player in our team that was really good at killing people, but had literally zero understanding of the macro part of the game. And very arguably lost us the game by just never being there when they needed to for objectives and all that. And then was obviously the one yapping in chat about how, you know, they were the best and everyone else was bad on the team, even though they literally did not realize that they were not there for the important fights when they needed to be, and I had no idea how to play the map, right? It's a very important part of the game, of course. And my response in chat was like, I am sure you're an extremely good RM player. Open parentheses, derogatory, close parentheses. I thought that was pretty funny. And then I checked their profile, and they're Iron 4 with like 200 games and 30% win rate. And I was like, oh, yeah, that explains a lot. But that's what I get. I'm currently playing a lot with Emmy USB and Legends. You've seen him in Twitch chat as well. And Murgle, and they're all new players, right? They have brand new accounts, so we unfortunately play with a lot of other new players or players who you would think are new. Yeah, I was pretty happy with it, Quasi. I thought it was a great response. It's dignified, but at the same time, it means a lot, you know. But yeah, no, I've been having fun playing League. It's been good, even though some games are frustrating, as you may imagine if you've ever played any MOBA. Any online game, really. Yeah, of course, Goose, of course. Yeah, it's making me want to... I need to watch Arcane Season 2. I haven't watched Season 2. I think I'm gonna start doing that maybe tonight. Before bed or something. I have about 10 days to do that, because then Stranger Things Volume 2 is coming out, and I'm gonna have to jump on that on release, I think, to avoid spoilers. And I kind of want to watch the finale on release day, so we'll see. I don't know how I feel about Season 5 so far. I'm not gonna say anything about it because, you know, I don't want to spoil anyone's experience, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the first 4 episodes of Season 5. There's some really good things, and some things where I'm like, I don't know, it feels weird. Watch the new Ryan Johnson movie on Netflix. What's the name of the new movie? Knives Out? Wasn't Knives Out the previous one? Oh, there's a third one? Holy fuck. How many of these movies are they making? I thought there was only one. Are they all directed by Rian Johnson? Do I need to start watching them? They are. Okay. You know what? I need to watch those movies. Yeah, I had no idea. I heard about the first one, but I haven't seen it yet. But seems nice. I should watch them for sure. Third one's the best of the lot. Okay. Can't believe they're rebooting Angel's Egg before you watch it. I appreciate your tenacity, Mopo. It will pay off one day, I promise. I'll always watch the original first, even if they reboot the series, don't worry. How are you, Credo? Good to see you. Ringo, good to see you. So I'm gonna say it again further in the stream. Probably I'm gonna try to say it around the middle of the stream, and I'm gonna say it again at the end. Hopefully, if I don't forget. There is a chance tomorrow's stream's not happening. There might be some stuff that I need to deal with IRL. I may have to drive my mom to the airport, so I will have to let you know. She's not sure yet if she's gonna take the train or you know, I'm kind of waiting on her decision. I wish I could be more, you know, give you a heads up with certainty, but my mom's been very supportive of all my ventures in the past many years. So I need to show, you know, I need to show gratitude by just being available sometimes. So I can't for certain promise that I'll be there tomorrow. I will let you guys know on Discord. Hopefully ahead of time. If I know ahead of time. So yeah, tomorrow is a bit of an uncertainty. We support supportive parents. We have to. But yeah, I'll repeat that again later in the stream so that as many people as possible hear about it. But yeah, tomorrow's an uncertainty. I might be a normal day, or we might have to skip tomorrow. We'll see. Speaking of which, day 29. I cannot believe we're on day 29. It feels like the 20s have been going very fast. It feels like. It's all the curses. All the curses just, you know. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm kind of curious to know on what day Colette is, but at the same time, I don't want to know. Is Colette done with the game for good? I feel like I haven't seen her playing it in a while. Like I usually see, you know, like, oh, Colette is live and I can see the categories, blueprints, the title, the thumbnail, everything is blurred thanks to FFZ, but she's not done with it? Okay. been doing her nails for Christmas. Fair, 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 fair. Okay, so we have no starting resources today, so I'm gonna grab the allowance. 42! Holy fuck, I forgot how much extra allowance we got. Oh my god, we kept the sleeping mask! Which is not great because it's always in the fucking store. I wonder if the store's gonna have something different now. The coupon book is pretty okay. I mean, we could have had so many better items than this. I wonder... I never get the really good items. I wonder if it's RNG or if, like, maybe some items, the rarer ones, are not capable of being brought back by the medallion, but I don't know. Yeah. Mopo, thank you for the tier 1 30 months. The big resub. Thank you very much, Mopo. Mopo, you will be remembered. Appreciate you. Thank you. Alright, what kind of room do I want today? I think there's an argument for the tomb. Because... the key to the diary is a very important item that I would like to reclaim. If the shelter is available, I might pick up the shelter. I haven't taken the shelter again, and I feel like maybe there's something I'm missing in there. What's up, Sipsprat? What's up, Noger? Good to see you all. Well, that makes it easy. I'm definitely going for the shelter. The tool shed is interesting, but yeah, I'm definitely going for the shelter in this one. It's been a while. Yeah. I get an extra gem. I forgot how great the music is here. It's a page. Yeah, so that letter I remember. I think the fact that we have access to the terminal right away is really interesting. Okay, a measurement of the radiation levels detected in the house and surrounding grounds. These readings are often spiked by the experiments conducted in Mount Holly's laboratory. If the reading is 12 USV or higher, I know it's microsieverted. I'm just... Emergency protocol will initiate it. All the doors in the house will automatically unlock. What? It's so low though. Oh wait, or is it 0.12 or is it 12? Straight up 12. Yeah, it has to be like straight up 12, right? Yeah. Okay, so right now the measurement is 0.10. What if I log in? Okay, there's two things. I have two different thoughts there. We can connect to the security monitor terminal, which immediately allows us to set the security on low. But I would rather start the experiment right away. And the reason for that is the security room is better than the lab. Sort of, you know, on a doors, from a doors standpoint. So I'll keep ordering a sledgehammer for as long as we need. So I think I'm going to start the experiment right away. Also, more chances for triggers, right? Yeah. And I can also immediately check if the readings are changing on the microsievert front. Let's see what we get today. Okay, I'm not falling for this one again. Whenever you draft an archived floor plan. Each time you find some trash digging, add 3 aquariums to the draft bulletin. Okay, you know what? I'm going for it. I'm going full-on aquarium. This entire house is gonna be powered up because of the heels, if that's how it works. And then I'm gonna be able to check all the fucking electrical interactions. If there are any. Okay, I'm going for it. I'm hoping for a bunch of aquariums. We really need to find a shovel though. I'm hoping for a very funny experiment today. We'll see. We'll see. Has the radiation changed now that I've started the experiment? Is the question. Nope, still the same. I wonder if it's the amount of experiments you do that potentially increase the number. So the fact that one of these letters written by Courtney is interesting. I need to read those again. Let me read that letter again, just for the sake of, you know, refreshing my memory here. Dear Uncle, the disappearance of my cousin Mary has long sat unfavorably with me and my father, and I will freely admit to you that the chilly airs of indifference you may have felt in my presence can be attributed entirely to the suspicions that I have harbored for all these past years, suspicions entirely aimed at yourself. And while I have never had the opportunity to prove it, I felt very strongly that you had some deeper involvement in those events 4 years ago. The circulating rumors of those months did nothing but further reinforce my convictions in this fact. So Courtney is our aunt. Those of us that are once bitten are twice shy, and I'm aware of the cost of my aggressively aloof behavior has had on the social standing of our family. I do not apologize for my actions, though I am now willing to admit that the conclusions I reached may have been flawed. Last week, I had a confidential conversation with one of my mutual acquaintances, a conversation that has shed more light on this mystery than all of my father's countless fruitless inquiries over the years. I now have reasons to believe that you may in fact be, you were in fact responsible for smuggling my cousin under the cover of night across the red border to the southern seafront. And I believe this may have occurred in September, a full 7 months after she was reported missing. A day that coincides not with her public disappearance in February, but instead with the notable theft of the ruby crown. The Blackwater insurgents were in fact responsible for the heist, as some have claimed. I believe the scenario entirely plausible, and the fact that 2 of the crown's 8 rubies have now surfaced has given me renewed optimism that she's still alive, safe, and finally free. I just understood. It totally escaped me for whatever reason, that the gems we find in the safes are the rubies of the crown. It completely escaped me until just now. That's so funny. Like, I completely missed that sort of subtext there. It makes so much sense. Or if I realized it at some point, I forgot about it. That is so cool. That's why we find a ruby in every one of those chests. So interesting. What's up, DJ? How are you doing? Timmy, thank you for gifting a tier 3 sub to the one and only Nasrallah. Thank you so much, Timmy. I appreciate you very much. Nasrallah, you will be remembered. Thank you so much, Timmy. I hope you've been doing well. Extremely generous. Thank you. Okay, interesting about the rubies. I wonder, and there's so many more mysteries in this game, but I kind of feel like things are falling into place a little bit. I feel like my grip over the game's story and everything is sort of tightening. I feel like we're on the falling part of the curve, right? There was this part where every time I would find something new, more mysteries would come out of it. So it was like every step of the way, every resolution, we would get a ton more mysteries and stuff. Now I'm feeling like we're on the sliding down part of the curve. It feels like things are closing. maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe something will suddenly break open and it's going to be the floodgates again. We'll see. Perhaps my willingness to accept such a sensational story betrays my own desperation. Desperation for answers, desperation for hope, and desperation for a narrative in which you are not the villain. That distant land we all dream of, the land where the strangling crimson curtain draped across our sky are pulled back, and the windows and shutters of discontent flung wide open. In that distant land, I pray one day to find our Marion safe, happy, and absolved. And, you know, to your point, DJ, yeah, I think there's something beautiful about those old, like, letters used to be treated as an art, right? If you look, but also, I think part of why we have this, I don't think it was always the case, right? So, very often people would just send each other very simple messages and, you know, like, think about, like, telegrams and all that, right? I think the form of communication also matters. What we do today with the internet is more similar to the telegrams of yesteryear, and those were very simple and to the point. But I think a lot of the letters we have from history are often letters from important people, people of literary backgrounds or writers or stuff like that, which obviously there's a bias there. Obviously their correspondence is likely to be a bit more elaborate. But yes, I think there's something beautiful about the art of a good old letter. Something I miss dearly myself. I've had a few people in my life that I've had sort of a similar style of correspondence with, even on the internet. I miss that. I miss that. I wish, you know, I wish for more of that. You know, sometimes I'm like, I wish, you know, if we're thinking about like relationships and dating, I wish I could find someone who would have that level of communication with me and who would send each other long form messages, even if it's just on Discord, but long form messages with a bit more thought put into it, you know? I think that would be nice. That would be a nice change of pace from the constant texting, which I don't mind. It's fun, right? But I think there's something charming to these old ways, I guess. Maybe because it's so rare, but I don't know. Something about putting some thought and time into writing something cool. I miss that. Was a precedent of those who can write to be those most educated and most involved in officiated discourse? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, time is a great filter. It's the ultimate filter, you know. Which is why, you know, we always think, oh well, it used to be so much better, or it used to be this or that. It's time has filtered all the garbage. You know, when I hear people say, oh, like music was so much better in this decade, and I'm like, oh man, I was alive during this decade. It wasn't, trust me. It's just the time, the filter of time is just undefeated. You only remember the good things. Yeah, no, also that to that point, DJ, yes, we were, I think it's part of the whole thing, right? It's just there was a little bit more decorum back in the old days, I guess. Or again, what I, you know, the filter of time makes us believe that. I'm sure people would tell each other to fuck off in very simple terms all the time as well, or shoot each other, you know. The old days weren't necessarily better. Brendan, thank you for the raid. How have you been enjoying day 1 of Blueprints? Guys, if you want to see another playthrough of Blueprints, Brendan right there, B-Sun, is often streaming before I am. In the hours before I am. So, you know, if you want to see another playthrough of Blueprints, make sure to follow that man. What's up, Marie? Good to see you. B-side, good to see you. I guess so, Macaron. That also probably plays a role. Yes, yes. Yeah, same. B-side, same. But I can't really watch Blueprints yet. I don't want to see or hear Brendan's thoughts on it before I'm done. JC, good to see you. How are you doing? Of course, Brendan. Get out of here. I love that I paused the game by putting myself on the inventory screen, which is probably the most spoilerful screen that there is right now. Like, you wouldn't think of anything that I'm looking at. You've been there. Yeah. Have a good one, Brendan. Just training our AI overlords. I am disgusted by you, JC. And I hope you make a shit ton of money out of it. Does that guy have his eyes closed? Wait, have I never noticed that before? What the? I don't know if they have their eyes closed or if it's just the way it's sculpted that makes it look. Because like there's a line, right? Which to me reads as eyes closed, but... I need to look at other statues later. Joke's on us, we're all training the AI. Some of us are more in control. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's not a lot, JC, but I'm glad it's, you know, padding the whole thing. Oh my lord, dude, changing the code checks rarity is the best decision I've made in this game. And the fact that it's right at the entrance makes it so easy to check it back. It is so good. Because I can just like any access to the outside and bam, I can check it back in a second. It's perfect. Love this shit. The only problem is I have to go around whenever I draft it right away, but that's fine. I'm going hallway here. We need keys. What was it changed to? The lowest setting. Commonplace. Yeah. Because I want it at the beginning of every run. I want it right away. The only other thing I need to do is change the study to commonplace. If I change the code check and the study to commonplace, I am literally, we're gonna have legendary runs every time. Nothing will be able to stop me. Speaking of which, let's see. Let's see if we can find it. Also, I need a shovel, like fast. I need a shovel stat. Huh. That's an interesting one. Because the weight room, if I can negate its effects, it is actually pretty good. But most of the time, I'm not happy to see it. You know, today, I have the shelter. I would like an early weight room. So I'm going to confirm that. And I'm gonna change it later. I'm starting to think the storeroom's not that great. I don't know if I love the idea of getting just a key, an extra key. Although the... I'm gonna make it standard. Or maybe I should make it commonplace so that I can get it early and get it done with. I'm gonna put the weight room on commonplace today, and I'm gonna change it later if I think about it, so that it doesn't show up. Like just today to get it early, get rid of it with the shelter, get a nice room with 4 exits. Bristlebud, good to see you. Solid Snake, thank you for the tier 3, 35 months. That's the monthly appearance by Solid Snake. It's coming out of his little cardboard box. Resubs tier 3. Goes back into hiding. Beautiful. Poetic. Perfect. Solid Snake 88, you will be remembered. I hope you have a good day. See you next month. Yelly, good to see you. I hope you're doing good. Okay, I don't want to push on this side too much because of the potential of... I would like to find a secret garden and then drive the garage. So I'm going to leave that side alone for now. And I'm going back to the entrance hole. And listen, I'm hoping that I'm drafting the weight room right away. Ha! So good. So the shelter is going to protect me from that, right? Yeah, sheltered. Nice. Excellent. Okay, perfect. See? We got rid of it. And now I can... When I go back to the conservatory, I need to remember to change it back to the highest rarity. Ooh! Okay, that's a good pick. Not mad about that one. Let's go here first. I think I'm going corridor. I'm gonna have to build those bedrooms before doing anything else. What am I hoping to find there? A hallway? Or I was gonna say, or a courtyard. I'm not mad about the courtyard here. We still have a bunch of Corriyard today, right? We have the blessing of the gardener still for a bunch of days. Right. Okay. Yeah, please have a shovel. That'd be the only thing. Oh, let's go! All right, now the experiments begin. Ah, oh, damn it. Can I get nothing, please? I would love a bunch of aquariums. Oh, come on. The one time I need for there to be nothing. I'll take the closet for the extra item, I think. Or the commissary and I just buy everything out. Huh. No, I'm gonna chuck the closet here. Ooh! Oh, we got a... Oh my god, okay, this is nuts. Key card. A die. Beautiful. We need a bunch of keys and we're golden. If we can find a study and a bunch of keys, this is gonna go super well. I think I'm keeping the reading nook for a little bit later. Yes! 3 aquariums! Let's go! Oh, man. Oh, let's go! My god, we have so many. We already have 6 extra aquariums. I'm gonna get flooded by aquariums. This is actually gonna be a problem. I don't want to spend my key on this. I'm gonna keep the key for... Actually perfect. Yep. Because I want the sledgehammer. So it seems like the items I already have are replaced by gems, but otherwise I get the running shoes every time. It's like I already have the mask, right? So we get gems instead. I don't have the magnifying glass though. Is it on the map maybe? I didn't see it. Do I want to buy the gems? No. I'll buy the gems if we find a study. What if the magnifying glass is in there? That's why it didn't. Did I? Maybe it was the commissary, the conservatory, and I missed it. Let's see. What can we get here? I can negate the negative effects of the dark room here, which would be good, I think. If I can get the archives, that would be a better one to shelter. Yeah, I don't know. Let's start with the aquariums and see what happens. It's also a bunch of, like, it adds bedrooms, which is gonna eventually give me keys. Oh, fuck! The aquariums are counted as red rooms. I just wasted a shelter. I didn't think of that. That is an annoyance that I didn't think of. So cool. Well, it's okay. It's I'd rather learn that now than, you know. See, now the problem is I'm gonna waste another shelter if I do that. But the synergy with all the freaking bedrooms. I could redraw, but you know what? Screw the shelter's protection. I'm going for it. I'm going with a full synergistic house today. Dude, we're already in the freaking foundation and I haven't spent a single key yet. Ha! This is actually kind of nuts. This run's gonna be really weird. Do I just take the pantry? Or do I drop the gift shop just for extra doors? Macaronia. There's a temptation to drop the bedroom here, but I think, you know what? I'm gonna go gift shop. Why not? Just for the sake of opening the map a little bit. Okay, nothing new here. And now we're in the foundation. Okay, there's a chance I'm gonna get a bunch of more aquariums by opening this. This is the earliest I've ever been to the foundation. Like, this is actually kind of insane. I don't think... The problem... My only issue with it is that I don't think it's gonna lead anywhere. I'm gonna fill the fucking map with... You know... Oh, this counts as trash? The scrap of paper is a hint, but it counts as trash. That's good to know. Okay. What's up, Night Owls? Yes, I'm planning on doing below zero. Yep. Not sure exactly when, but I would assume maybe 2026. Dude, our draft pool is so fucked right now. This house is gonna be it's just gonna be a gigantic aquarium. This house is gonna have the electric, you know, the electricity projection of like a nuclear plant by the time I'm done with it. Okay, what do I need? I would love to get a secret garden key to get the garden before the garage on the left side. Meaning, I think there's an argument to try to reach the left side before filling this. But right now I'm going outside. I want to check, after all these successful experiments, I want to check the microsievert count on the terminal. We're doing experiments today, chat. This is, I'm calling it, this is an experimental run. We're gonna try a bunch of things. We're gonna try to find weird things that we can create, interactions, combos, whatever. This is not gonna be a revelation based run. I think this is more gonna be, let's do some science in here and see what happens. While I'm here, I'm gonna, open the room just in case. The drawing of the age of aquariums, yep. Oh no, I'm hearing it in reverse again. It's a Primus. The archaeological experimental aquarium is tomorrow. I'm curious to know what our the estate's name is going to be today after all of this. Something related to the aquariums for sure. The garden, something about a green water park, I would love to get the sledgehammer, the improved sledgehammer, if we can get it today. We already have 2 pieces. That'd be a really nice, also, really nice thing that I would like to do as well. Hey Emma, how are you doing today? I am doing swell, thank you. And I don't use that word lightly or often. So. How are you today? Oh, Jesus! Okay, hold on. What's going on? Emergency protocol initiated? All doors unlocked? So it does work just like that. It just opens every fucking... No way that counts for the Sanctum doors, right? I'm gonna have to go check. Probably not, right? But all doors unlocked. Had some lunch, got back from the gym. Hell yeah. Nice, nice. Love a good gym and lunch day. I miss the gym. I really need to get back into it. Miss that. I had my gym rat days back in my 30s. I would hit the gym 6 times a week. Did that for years. It was so awesome. I loved it. I really miss the gym. Okay, I'm trying to think about the implication. My understanding is that it's just going to be the doors in the house. Honestly, kind of fitting that today of all days is the day that we find the radiation thing with all the aquariums and all that, right? I think this is the nuclear house. That's going to be the name of today's estate. It's gonna be the nuclear gardens or something, you know? Alright, well, we don't have to worry about keys anymore. We can just accumulate them and hopefully find like a, I don't know, a locker room would be nice. So I have to go back down because I want to bring the elevator up, right? I'm gonna take a slight detour and check on the Sanctum doors, but I don't expect those to be open. I think it just applies to the house. That would defeat the purpose of the progression of the game, right? But you know, I have to check, right? For the sake of knowledge, I'm willing to spend those steps. I'm sure our step count will be fine. Gonna get a bunch of bedrooms and it's gonna be just fine. Right. As expected. Does that... Oh, wait. I have a way of checking that. Hold on. Okay. The antechamber doors haven't opened, which I also did not expected them to. I think it's only for the locked doors. I wonder if it counts for the security doors. I mean, we have a key card, which is okay. We're covered anyway, but okay, so this is amazing because we're currently in a position where literally nothing can stop the run, right? We cannot run out of resources, and we've barely started drafting the house. This is a very unique situation we haven't had yet. We're already covered, the run is solved, and we barely started drafting. This is interesting. This is an opportunity. If I need to find a study as soon as possible. If we find a study, and then I find a way to get a bunch of gems, we're gonna be able to... We need to find a laundry room and a study. That's the key. Because then we can just draw like crazy people until we find exactly the rooms we want. Ooh. Okay. This is exciting. This is an exciting potential run right there. My brain is... Okay, I think I keep going all the way up. Just to trigger the... I would love to trigger the bishop. I think I need the bishop in this run. Or would I rather get the armory? If I get the armory, I can protect myself against the red room. Like, the archives could be annoying, right? If I get the bishop, I get a bunch of money for the laundry room. Hmm. I I'm gonna keep drafting them. I don't care. This is it. What's up, RGZ? I would rather get nothing than coins at this point. Why do you have so many aquariums? Read the experiment. Each time you find some trash while digging, add 3 aquariums to today's draft pool. We already had 4 successful triggers. My pool is submerged in aquariums. Oh my god. I am not stopping, by the way. I'm going all the way with it. This is so ridiculous. I love it. What's the queen again? No. I think I take the bishop for the money, right? The armory. Okay, it gives me a lighter. The lighter could be nice. I don't need the hammer. I already have the sledgehammer. I don't need the shield. No, I'm gonna take the bishop. Yeah. I just want the opportunity to have more gold for the laundry room. Yes! Let's go! Oh my god. Okay. This is so funny. And a parlor. For a bunch of gems. How perfect is that? Dude, look at this. I've dreamed of a run like that. I never thought I'd see the day. The gems are not in this box. The gems are in this box. The white box is true. Okay, so if this one's true and this one's true, this one's false, checks out. If this one's false... No, if this one's true... No, wait. If this one is true and this one is true, this one... If this one is true and this one is true, this one can't be true. And that's okay because the gems would be there. If this one is true... Wait. If this one is true and this one is true, this one is false, meaning the gems are here. So these ones can be true. So this one has to be true and those two have to be false? Meaning the gems are in here? Hey, nice. That one felt satisfying to solve. It scratched my brain in the right way. I love logic puzzles. Yeah, Quasi. I love it. Very satisfying. Okay, I guess we go here? And we drop another aquarium? Question mark? Listen. I don't see any reason not to. I love how self-multiplicating those are because you're gonna dig. So if 1 in 3 you get an empty thing, you just like self-multiply the gems. Wait, 4? Oh, that point. Okay. All right, what now? Let's go here. How many keys is that already? I don't know. I mean, I don't need the keys, right? But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would be like 6 keys or something. I'm gonna go chapel for the money. The day I start watching your Subnautica playthrough, you draft 100 aquariums and blueprints. Kind of poetic, isn't it? I'm telling you, real life feels more scripted than entertainment sometimes. I don't think that's necessary. Yeah, see, the problem is I need to get other things than the aquariums. I need to find more things. What's up, Sorrow? What's going on? I don't know. I've suddenly started having a liking for aquariums. Oh, well, there goes 3 more. Dude, the invasion of the aquariums. It's overpowering. How many have you added? I don't know. We're up to like 6 successful experiments, I think. So like 18. Basically, I'm going to start drawing only aquariums if it keeps going. Did I drop the furnace? More likely to draw red rooms. I don't know. Let's just go with that. There's no reason not to drop another aquarium. Really. Okay. Oh my god, dude. It never ends. I'm kind of interested in the guest bedroom just because it gives us the allowance. If we get access to the antechamber. No, you know what? I'm guaranteeing the access to the antechamber. Well, provided we can open it, right? But alright, let's keep going west. Keep going west. Go west. Sure, why not? How about another aquarium? Oh man, no! I just realized I can't get the secret garden because all the doors are gonna be opened. Ah, shit! I won't be able to open the door even if I get the key. Ah, that sucks. I didn't think of that. Oh, now the study shows up? Fuck off. I don't even think we have that many gems. I'm not gonna put it here. I want to make sure I complete the house, just for the sake of it. So either the kitchen or the lab. The lab can be powered up, but it's only for the panel we've already seen. I'm just gonna put the kitchen down. This run seems fishy. It's a weird one, yeah. Definitely a weird one. Trophy room, okay. I mean, I don't need steps for now. Alright, let me guess. Another aquarium? Yeah. There's a non-zero argument for the clock tower here, but... Nah, aquarium. Yeah, more aquarium. Oh my god, dude. This is so silly. Okay, note to self though, the digging trash experiment condition is by far the best, like, that I've seen so far. You will literally get it like 10 times. Nope, another aquarium. I would like to draw the garage, actually, now. Oh, hey, the courtyard, that's different. This is comedy. I'm gonna keep drawing. Yeah, no, I mean... See, that's what I mean. I've condemned myself at this point. Right, but... That's funny. Do I even need the utility closet? Like, what can I do with it? Open the garage? But I'm not gonna find the garage at this point. It's like... I'm gonna keep... Like I said, this is a weird experimental run. So far, it's not a lot of experimenting and a lot of just drafting aquariums after aquariums. Oh, her ladyship's chamber is there. Huh. Sure. Why not? At this point, I'll put the study down. I don't think it's gonna matter very much in this run, but... Okay, there's a queen here. If we count small gates, 8 gates crack 8 safes. Is there anything in this room that can be interpreted in a different way? The queen's on D8 date? D8 date? The queen 8. D8 December 8. Not sure if that makes a lot of sense, but oh! December is the only month with a D. Oh my lord. That was a bit, that one was a bit out there. Like I did not, you know, that was more of a throwaway idea. I'm surprised it worked. Yeah. I'll take it. I'll take it. Nice. I hated this one. Okay, I will say the only reason why I thought about trying that is because of the previous one we solved, the March, you know, the March of the Count. I was like, okay, March of the Count 3, March, you know, it kind of informed me of the sort of logic the game sometimes follows, right? Which is a little out there. So I was like, okay, what can I gather from this room then? And so I'm like, D8. Okay, well, D, is there any, you know, D, and then I'm like, December. Oh, well, let's try, right? I don't think it's randomness, but it's a bit of a stretch, right? It's a little bit of a stretch compared to some of the other ones. Yeah. The fact that D is December, right? D8, December 8. Yeah, that was my first thought, right? D8, date. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, D8, December 8. This one's a little bit of a stretch, I will admit, but like I did not expect it to work. Like when I entered that, I was like, yeah, that's never gonna work, but you have to try, right? Because you have to eliminate the possibility. I'm surprised this one worked, but hey, we'll take it. You know, you take the wins. Take the wins. But I would never have thought of that if it wasn't for the Office one. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but I was really thinking hard about the dates, right? The like pure dates thing. And then the count 3 gates, you know, like the small gates, it sort of changed the way I'm looking at the sort of logic. I'm like, suddenly I'm like, okay, it's the logic can be a little stretchy, a little out there, right? It's not like typical pure logic stuff. And so I would not have sold this one without the previous one. I would have been stuck on this forever. The other one just sort of shifted my perspective slightly to what can constitute an answer, I guess. Yeah. But hey, you know, I think the small gates one's more interesting. Yeah, yeah. This one's a little. Yeah, I think it's the a little bit of a stretch, but I mean it makes like it sort of makes sense, I guess. Feel like this one has no connection to the message. If we count small gates, 8 dates crack 8 safes. I mean, I guess the 8, you know, 8, date, 8. I don't think it has no connection, but it's less sort of direct, right? It's less... Right. I mean, I don't think the count part is supposed to be taken literally. Like the safe in the boudoir has even less connection to it outside of the fact that it's a date, right? I think the Office one is the one that where you have to like strictly follow the message but in an alternative way, right? You have to think about the message in another way for the Office one, which is why it's so clever. It's the one where you have to like sort of look at it differently, right? This one, yeah, this one's on par with the boudoir, exactly. Yeah, it's just like the boudoir. I felt the same. I was like, I mean, it's on the Christmas card. Might as well try Christmas date, right? And then it worked. It feels such as just as much a throwaway as this attempt, right? Yeah, but the queen relates to the queen next to the safe, right? On D8, date D8, December 8. I don't know. I see the logic. I think it's a little bit of a stretch, but I see the logic. Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't think I think the small gates one is an exception in how sort of interesting and sort of clever it is, right? I think the office one is the exception. The other ones are mostly straightforward. I mean, it's like the lock in the gear room, right, downstairs. It's like, oh well, what's the only date I can write with this, right? Like there's no real unless there's and again, don't say anything if there is, but to me there's no other logic than, well, okay, I can write a date with this. There's only one. So it must be it, right? It feels just as arbitrary, I guess. And again, if there's another hint to the bottom one that I missed, that's okay, but you know. Yeah, so for me, the queen, the only link that I could see was that it was, you know, it's both next to the safe and on here. Just true, also not unique. Yeah, for sure, Captain Nax. And then there's the one in the fucking shelter, which is, you know. Unless I'm missing something, I feel is completely, you know, different to the message. Because it's a time lock, which you have to, like, set yourself, like it's a whole, you know. Unless I don't remember how we did the... No, I think that was... I don't know. I don't remember exactly how the shelter one played out. Yeah, that's true, Sorrow. Yeah. I think it's a mix of things. Number 2. December 8th. M. Be prepared for our plans. Oh, also, something I didn't say earlier when we read the shelter letter again. The A weren't broken. Meaning there's more than one font for the letters in this game, which could be just a choice for diversity, variety, right? But also, I'm still hung up on the idea of that broken A coming from the same typewriter, which makes me very suspicious of some of the letters we read. But I don't know, maybe I'm following a red herring there and I'm overthinking it. Alright, December 8th, M. Be prepared for our plans to be set in motion in a month or two. It's all lining up and all of our hard work is about to come to fruition. I have just learned that several members of the museum's guard are sympathetic to our cause. We suspect 2 more to be pure opportunists whose loyalty extends only to their coin purse. Your uncle has already agreed to let us use Mount Holly's flexible floor plan for a 4 trial run. Oh, sorry, for a trial run. Assuming the red print... I thought that was a 4. Assuming the red print we have red print. We have secured of the museum's closed exhibit is in fact accurate and up to date. I think that's the plan we've seen in the hideout. We should begin these trials without delay once you arrive, if you can, within the next 2 months. Fabricate some fiction that might alleviate us the presence of the servant staff. Until we meet on the shore of White Sands, Caleb. Until we meet on the shore of White Sands. I think the shore of White Sands is the hideout. I think it's that little part just before the hideout. I think that may be the White Sand. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna have to take some screenshots there. I'm so glad I'm solving those saves, finally. It really, the moment, man, I was so stumped with the message that, well, I mean, it helped, right? Because suddenly I started thinking about the sentence in other ways, right? So I guess that sort of started the whole process. But at first I was completely lost. I was like, I don't understand what other way I'm supposed to read this. And then the small gates, that was really the key. That was the moment I was like, holy shit. It can be just that literal, small gates. Like, it completely shifted my perspective. Suddenly it's not just, like an abstract logic thing. Suddenly it became like, look at the elements in the room, like, more specifically, and try to infer information from them. That was a nice shift of perspective for me, I think. Taking things a little more literally was the key there. Which is not something I typically do, I like the abstract more than the literal, so I sort of focused more on the abstract sometimes. So it was a good reminder to just look at things. I like that. Which room are we in? The study. Where's the study on my fucking... There it is. I'm also gonna have to catalog all the dates of those letters. I feel like they might help me solve exactly like the timeline of events, which could be useful. Because like the board in the room 46 says 8 realms in 8 months, right? I think there might be something about... Whoa! I thought the letter was done, so I didn't click further. Holy! You found a secret floor plan. Would you like to permanently add the closed exhibit to your drafting pool? The doors in this room are security locked? Fuck yeah. Yeah, I saw this and I kind of got out, right? Instead of, Oh yeah, sorry, the notes were still up. My bad. Let me, found floor plan. This. A painstakingly produced, accurate reproduction of one of the so-called closed exhibits of the Fen Aries Royal Museum. It's a red room, and it's a rare one. I don't think we're gonna find it today in our diluted pool of aquariums, but we'll see. We'll see. If I can find a bunch of... If I can find a laundry room and a bunch of gems, we might have a chance. Oh, fuck! I wanted the reading nook to go the other way. Because I need the library. We need to order the next book. Well, aquarium it is. What? Dude, that scared me so much, the door opening. What I should do is I should stop digging those things because I'm adding more and more floor plans of aquariums, but I can't stop. Let's go! All right. Okay, never mind. I could draft another aquarium though. No, I'm kidding. Alright, let's go. Hear me out, aquarium, yeah. Oh, interesting. I see Colette hasn't found this yet. This is so interesting. A lot of you have said you haven't figured out that one puzzle. Fun. Exhibit closed due to aquarium outbreak. Oh man. We will always remember day 29, the day of the aquariums. And here I was thinking this run would have no revelations whatsoever. And suddenly it might be our, you know, the most progress we've made in a little bit. I kind of hope I draw a synergy room at the end. Just so I can see how many triggers I can get for like the bedrooms or something. Like getting the keys per bedrooms. Oh my god, the blessing of the general. Imagine the blessing of the general with this. I never thought about the value of the blessing of the general because I was like, I'm never gonna use red rooms. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna draw a lot of red rooms intentionally. And now I'm like, okay, the aquariums are actually red rooms too. They're safe red rooms. I never thought about it this way. Or what's that? There's another room that gives you... Wait! I need to draw a mechanarium right now. I need to draw a mechanarium this run. Because all the doors will be open. Huh. I mean, the chances are pretty slim. But we just draw the closed exhibit, so... We haven't seen the treasure trove since we drafted. Oh, well, we saw it, but I didn't draft it. I think I drew it once and didn't draft it. Oh, wait. I hate the only thing I don't like about this UI is when I'm on the rooms here, I wish pressing circle would bring me back to the menu on the left. That's the only detail. It's a very small detail. It's a controller issue, right? Not a problem with the mouse, but... Oh, I need to remember to go to the conservatory to change the weight room's rarity. Okay. Is there any way for me to access the crown? I don't think so, right? No. Dearest children, the pieces are in place and all rigid cogs have been greased. However, if our ambitious plans are to succeed, we must strike this Tuesday. The routine changing of guard personnel on the first of each month means the opportunity we've created for ourselves will likely never be so opportune. If we wait even one additional week, the window will be closed. On Tuesday, there will be 3 royal guards stationed at Learson Hall, 2 of which will be wearing black gloves in lieu of the traditional white. It would be wise to sacrifice almost everything to avoid the white-gloved guard, striking only when it takes a recess. The 2 black-gloved guards have been instructed to bind, blind, and gag themselves, spares the precious extra minutes it would take your group to execute that task on their behalf. However, that also means that once we've reached the exhibit, We will truly be on our own. May the black shores guide us. May the black skies shield us. May our fathers be proud of us. In arms, your faithful soldier, Pharaoh. Okay. Even more signs of the, you know, more lore about the rebellion. Which, okay, we're gonna put that here. Closed exhibit. So interesting. It's funny because I'm thinking back again to that puzzle, the safe, the study safe, right? I'm thinking back to the study safe, and it's funny that it seems like quite a few people haven't figured it out, based on what I read in chat. Because it feels like on the surface, it's such a simple one, right? It seems like such a simple one. But the logic of it is just a little different. Meaning, I guess it's easy to miss. What I'm wondering is, I wonder as a designer, right, when on the Ross makes the game, I wonder if he has an opinion on like what is difficult, what is easy, and if he has an idea or an assumption on what order things will be discovered, which I assume he would, right? As a creator, you have to sort of imagine, okay, I think the people will discover things in this specific order, right? To sort of know how to deliver the narrative and all that. You know it's going to be non-linear, but you kind of have to have an idea of how likely it is that it gets in a certain order. I wonder how he valued this one. I mean, yes, testers would help, of course. But like when you're first creating the game, you have to sort of, you know, think on your own, right? It feels similar, I feel, when I write a novel. It like, okay, in what are the readers going to understand of the mysteries? And how do I deliver information for them to make that process, right? And what if they figure out something earlier, and how do I deal with that, right? I wonder how he valued the study's difficulty. I wonder if he considered it one that would be hard to find, or if he thought, oh, that probably will be one of the easiest one, right? I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting. More Ajay box. Let's see. What color do you want? Red? I assume they want red. Let's see. Yep, okay. Okay, so pressing red turns everything red. I don't have any other control there. Oh! I don't understand. Hold on. I don't understand how I did that. I suppose that works. I don't know why suddenly I could click on the other ones, they would turn red. I guess it was maybe like they needed to be surrounded by other reds. Worked out. Yeah, A+, I guess. I don't know. I don't feel like I deserve that one, but I'll take it. I mean, it's okay. Here's the thing, though. You can only move the black ones, so there wasn't a lot of different options, right? There wasn't a lot of choices to be made, I feel, with this one, unless I missed something. I didn't feel like I had a lot of interactions available to me, but... Oh well. I don't think I need the utility closet. We're not gonna find the garage. Yes, I draw another aquarium. Drawing more aquariums worked out so far. Why would we stop? Oh god. 8 successful triggers, by the way. You know, maybe the electric Eel Aquarium was a mistake. I didn't think of the consequences of my actions when I picked that one. Oh my god. I wish there was a way to see your pool. It has to be overwhelming. Well, I mean, we can calculate. We have 27 extra aquariums. So at least 27. I think you have 1 by default, so 28. Oh my god, we have so many already on the map. It's crazy. Oh! Okay. Sure, thanks. I don't think that one's gonna be very useful today. This is such a silly run. Guess what we're gonna put in the middle there? Oh, actually, I think I'm gonna put the quest bedroom just for the antechambers. Oh wait, there's no way we're getting to the antechamber. I literally cannot draw a room that will allow me to open it. It's just not happening. Who knows? I'll put it down. Just one bedroom in the middle of all the aquariums. And it's an aquatic themed bedroom, so it's very appropriate, I feel. Let's see. I just, there's nothing else to do but laugh. Look at this fucking house. I mean, to be fair, it kind of played out the way I imagined it when I picked the experiment. I'm not too upset about it, but... Oh my god! We have something else! I'll put a bedroom. Why not? I would really like the reading nook in the library to order the next book. I'll put the storeroom just for the gems. So we can do a few redraws. Because we're running out of space, so we're gonna have to do redraws just for the sake of trying to find something else than just... Oh wait, I can buy gems. I forgot about those. Can I buy an infinity of gems? Okay, now they're sold out. Good. Let me, there's one hole to dig here. Please have something in it. Okay. Let's adjust the weight room again. Rare. Firm. Oh, let's go. Straight up library, not even a nook. I'll take it. Alright, so now we have everything covered except Orindia, first edition, Realm and Rune, and a new clue. And we're gonna go in that order. History of Orindia, first edition, Realm and Rune, and a new clue. New clue being the last one I want to read. My mom's unpublished book. Or published posthumously, I'm not sure. History of Orindia, first edition. Next library is gonna be exciting. I'm looking forward to it. Okay, hold on. Is the aquarium my favorite room now? There's no way it's not, right? I would really like to find the gallery again. I need to think about that one. Never mind. Okay. Most drafted, the hallway, the reading nook, and the chapel still. Maybe one day the treasure trove? Well... No! Ah, jeez! God, that was disorienting. I hate those stairs. Those stairs are my least favorite part of this entire game. Oh, fuck! I saw the laundry room and I was like, okay. You know, I can get a bunch of gems, redraws, yada yada. But the gallery is one of the rooms that I'm looking for, so maybe I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay, I'm gonna spend some time in the gallery, but first I'm gonna... Actually, let's spend some time here now. I'll keep drafting later. Small chamber dedicated to the exhibition of art, ideal for showcasing smaller series and collections. Before his passing, H.S. Sinclair personally selected the artwork that was displayed here each year, purposely omitting the composition titles to leave the interpretation of each piece to the viewers themselves to realize. Oh, is Colette back, by the way? I know Colette had to hide, but I don't know if she is aware that we left the... Alright, let's see. Let's see if I can finally... If my brain seems to be a little more awake today. I had decent sleep. So let's see if... Last time I was in this room, my brain did not make connections. Preparing for early stream. Okay, fair enough. I feel bad because I spoiled the safe answer for her. Now she's gonna have to go there and solve it. Oh well, I mean, I can't feel responsible for her watching. Right? Cuffs, fisticuffs. Thick. Thick. On. Water. Loud. Yeah, DJ. As you know, we've had a conversation IRL in the museum. I'm not really good at like visual art interpretation. I'm more of a, you know, literary kind, words more than visuals. So this is kind of difficult for me, I think. So this is belt, Riss, envy, lust. Okay, I don't know if you guys noticed what I just did. I caught myself the moment I did it. I tried to look behind the column by changing my angle. That is so funny. And I immediately realized, like, oh, what am I doing? I think it's just the fact you are in the video game, moving in the space, it makes it feel a bit different. Too immersive, but yeah, I mean, this feels like a space, you know. That was funny. Like, my brain did it on its own. At least you didn't lean IRL. I do that all the time. You see me do it on stream, I'm sure. Like, when I'm looking at angles, I'm like turning my head a little bit. I'm very immersed in video games. That's a big thing for me. I get very immersed. Gluttony, sluts. Okay, so those are the sins. They're bins and they're sin. Those are nails. That's an 8. Column. I don't know if it's supposed to be... Like, again, I'm going through the same thoughts as last time. Like, I don't know if it's supposed to be a charade. Genuine. Very table. Eyeballs. It all seems like everything in this room feels like word plays, right? Fisticuffs. An apple, that's a fire hydrant. Stop sign. Rose. I don't think that's a gun. I think that's just the conversation about like art interpretation. It's a continuation of the conversations I've had with DJ in the past, I think. Yeah. Mode of thinking, the fact that there are some common analog to axiom arts, ironically, question of art can be. But I don't know that if that's what you're getting at, DJ, but the idea of like how original or unique art is based on the fact that everything is sort of regurgitated from inspiration or heritage or whatever you want to call it, right? And how it's often used as a justification for AI generated art, for instance, right? In the sense that, oh, well, you know, human art is also just reproducing, regurgitating stuff you've learned and observed and yada yada, consumed yourself as an artist, etc. So AI art's not that different. I think the mistake there and the part that a lot of those arguments forget is it's the filter. The stuff you're consuming and processing and then using for output goes through your experience of, you know, as a human being and your vision and perception of life and existence. And that's what produces interesting art on the output, right? It's the subtext that it creates just by virtue of having gone through you as a person, which is something that, you know, as we've talked about previously, AI cannot reproduce. And if that part is missing, then by definition, at least in my opinion, can't be qualified as art. In fact, I would argue that if you're looking at a piece of AI generated art and it creates emotions in you and it moves you and you think that because of that it is art, the actual artistic part of that process is what's happening in your brain. It's the meaning you are giving it, not the meaning that it contains. And I understand that's kind of a weird distinction because often with art, you know, the interpretation is personal, right? But in real art, in my opinion, there's a conversation between the creator and the audience. Whereas in this particular case, with the AI generated art, it's not a conversation. It's just you monologuing with a piece of, you know, with pixels. Now, your monologue has value, and I think there's an interesting thing here, is that you are actually the artist as you're watching that piece of media that is meaningless, and you're giving it purpose and meaning. That is interesting. That for you should be a sign that you can be an artist, a real one. You have what it takes. You are capable of creating meaning. And I think there's an interesting thing there. You do the same thing to a tree doesn't mean the tree is art. Doesn't mean your filtering is important. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Which is why I don't think, you know, you finding emotions in looking at a piece of AI art means that it's art. Because, you know, some people define art as anything that moves you is art. I don't fully agree with that. Anything can move you, but the work is being done in your brain, in your mind, right? You're the one creating meaning there. Art is, again, I think that's a beautiful way of putting it, Archiezy. Art is dialogue. It's conversation between the artist and the audience. It doesn't exist in a vacuum. Sometimes the conversation's a little bit more one-sided, right? Right now, my conversation with this art is extremely one-sided because I don't understand what's going on. But there's something, you know. I think it's different, DJ, in the sense that vinyl to digital audio, it's just a matter of medium. It doesn't change the actual artistic piece, right? Like the piece is the music. The medium of delivery is sort of irrelevant to the nature of the art, right? It matters to the experience, I'm sure, but it's irrelevant to the nature of the art itself. Whereas I think the question when it comes to AI generated is purely about the nature, not about the medium. But obviously it depends what you're referring to as a, you know, the critiques you hear. And here we are watching a nerd play something someone else created. Well, yeah, but what does that have to do with? Because here's the thing. And I think that's an important part about streaming. I don't consider streaming art in itself, right? It can be. I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't think that it always is, but it can be. The value of what we're doing here and the value of what you're watching is because there is an interaction there. There's an interaction between the piece of art, myself as an audience, and you as an audience of me being an audience. And the sort of the interaction, the dialogue I'm creating with the piece of art that I'm playing is quote unquote, you know, what you are the audience to. And there's a secondary dialogue there, right? Not quite the same thing, I don't think. Because here, in what I'm creating, and I'm not pretending the stream is art, right? That's not the point. But what I'm creating as a content is very much colored by my experience of being a human being and my perception of life and the world, and that's what makes, you know, my playthrough different than anyone else, right? And that's why all of them are interesting in their own ways. Oh, right. Sorry, Sorrow. I read your message in a completely different way. Yeah, no, get off your ass and start creating art. Still, my point stands. I think it was an interesting thought. I thought you brought up an interesting point that I felt like interesting to address. Because of the I like thinking about streaming in general. I think most people, I mean, I don't know. I think, and that's totally fair, but most people, I don't think put much thought into what streaming is, or what it means, or, you know, it's just another social media, and they, you know, put themselves at the center and just do whatever. And I never looked at it that way, right? I like I like the dialogue it creates between me and the game, and then me with you, and you with the game as a result, and all of it together. Like, it's like a triangle conversation, right? And I really like that. To me, it goes beyond just, like, you know, and I understand it's a very probably pretentious way of looking at it. I don't care. I just, yeah. I've always thought it was more than just, you know, sitting there and playing a video game. But that's because that's the way I see it. When I watch a stream, and most of the streams that I enjoy watching, I feel like there's a little more to it. You know, it's not just mindless entertainment. But yes, to Sorrow's point, and by extension, I think it was it Archeesy? Yeah, it's that's why I'm so vocal about, you know, this whole Gen AI stuff. Because to me, if you're drawn to using Gen AI to create things, it means you want to create things, right? Like, there's a desire there. If you're really drawn to it. And it means you probably have things to say. And if the medium moves, if the results that you're getting give you emotions when you look at it, that's, again, goes back to my point. That's the thing that's happening in your mind. You're creating meaning, not the Gen AI. And I think that should be a sign, right? That the sign should be, learn the tools, learn the trade, start working, make real art. You can do it. It's in you, clearly. It is, Chortik, yes, very much so. It is extremely different. AI is not a tool in the same sense that a pencil is a tool. AI is a tool in the sense that you're going to an artist and you're commissioning them for free by telling them, oh, I want something kind of like that. And then the artist does the work. If you commission an artist to do a piece of art, you're not the creator. It's not your art. It's just something someone else created for you for money. That's closer to what AI art is, except in the case of AI art, there's no subtext, there's no meaning, there's no real emotions, except the ones you decide to create by looking at meaningless pixels. Because it doesn't go through the filter of your experience of being a human being in this world and existing. Art is subtext. It is sharing a vision of the world. If I give the artist a specific idea of what I want to see, does that count? So if you commission an artist to do a piece of art for you, does that suddenly make you the artist? No. The artist remains the artist. You just paid them to do something you enjoy. Nobody who commissions an artist suddenly becomes the artist. Is that basically what directors do? Most people still count them as artists? I don't... No, of course not. If we think about like movie directors, there's so much more going on into that. I think those two things are incomparable. And the main reason is movies are a collaborative piece of art, right? In most cases, right? It's a lot of people working on, you know, there's exceptions, of course. Directed, starred, like only one actor, written by only me, filming myself with a camera. That's my own personal project, right? Think I don't know, what's the name of that comedian? Bo Burnham. That, you know, his thing that he did by himself in his home during COVID. That's his work, right? But most movies are collaborative efforts, and the director is an important part of that entire process. He controls the vision. He's not responsible for the music in the movie, right? The music is still made by whoever artist did it. But the general movie on its own, of course, the director has an important part of it, and they're responsible for it, and they're the artists that, you know, contributed to it as much as the writers and musicians, the cinematographer, the actors. But I think it's a bit different when it comes to, you know, collaborative art like a movie, right? It's a little bit different. It's a sort of different conversation as opposed to something that's mostly a, you know, solitary venture. No, it's a hippofant. Yeah, I agree, right, Boot. Without my idea, the artist won't be able to create what I want. I would think it being a collab creation at least. I understand, but that is a foolish way of looking at it. Ideas, almost every artist in the world will tell you that ideas are worth nothing. Every artist has a million of ideas that they would rather work on than work on yours. The only reason why they're doing commissions is because they need to pay the bills. Ideas mean nothing. Zero. They are literally worthless. Any artist worth its salt can come up with more ideas in an hour than they will have time to create in their entire life. Ideas are an infinite well. There's no shortage of it. It has zero value. It's like a currency that never stops printing. And you can freely dig into it every time you want. There's an infinite faucet. There's an illusion in many non-artists that ideas are the important part of it. It's not. An idea is meaningless without the work that comes out of it. How many of them the artist could sell? Any of them. Any. Literally. A good artist that has the potential to sell stuff or has already sold stuff can take any idea, no matter which one, and make something you can sell out of it. That's the whole point. It has nothing to do with the idea. It's only the thing, the piece of art that gets produced out of it. And I mean produced in the, you know, purest sense, not in like, you know, mindless corporate production. No, but you're misunderstanding what I mean, Sorrel. You're looking at the piece of art that is meaningless, right? That has absolutely no subtext, no meaning inside it. It's just a bunch of pixel. You're giving it meaning by looking at it and doing some work inside your brain. That already goes past the idea level. You're already, you know, starting to approach. I'm not saying you're suddenly an artist. That's not what I meant. I was using, you know, a metaphor to say that's the artistic part. You're already doing a step towards artistic creation. Now, instead of, you know, instead of using a tool that will always only produce meaningless stuff, start producing meaningful stuff. Do it in the other way. Get those emotions first. Do that work of, you know, elaborating from an idea to a theme, to subtext, to all of that. And then you produce the stuff. Or do it as a process, you know? That's art. That's exactly it. A child drawing stick figures on a piece of paper is worth 100 times, an infinity of times, anything Gen AI can produce on an artistic value level. You drawing stick figures has more value than that. Yeah, exactly, Braywood. Going back to your message about the business part. Yeah. I'm an artist. You can be. Anyone can be, I'm pretty sure. The barrier of entry to be an artist is extremely low. Think about something that creates any sort of emotion in you and produce something out of it. Again, a child drawing a stick figure is art to a certain degree. They're drawing them because there's, you know, there's a meaning behind it. It'd be because they love their mom and sisters and dad and plush elephant. And so they're drawing the stick figures on a piece of paper because it means something to them. There's a theme of love. There's a theme of affection. Suddenly it's art. That has value. It doesn't need to be good. Obviously making, you know, beautiful art, that like skillful art is a different matter entirely, but the first step is always what do I feel strongly about and how can I do something with it? You know? Do I have a story to tell, whatever the medium is? Ba-dum-bum. Which, none of that makes me closer to understanding what I'm looking at. Dripping into word salad territory? I'm not sure what you mean by that. But yeah, I've mentioned that anecdote in the past, which I always like bringing up in those conversations. About, you know, the importance of ideas and how worthless they are. There's this anecdote of Jim Butcher, the writer, who was in a writing workshop with a bunch of other, you know, aspiring authors. And one of the randos there was arguing, you know, oh, well, it's all about the ideas, right? You need a good idea that you can sell and blah, blah, blah. And Jim Butcher was like, no, ideas, you know, mean nothing. Just give me any idea, the worst idea you can think of, and I'll make a book out of it. And what the workshop came up with was Pokemon meets the Lost Roman Legion. Completely, you know, random and bullshit. Jim Butcher went on to write the Codex Alera out of it. That sold millions. So, therefore proving his point, right? Take any random idea, and if you know what to do with it, you're, you know, you have knowledge of the art you're trying to create, it's gonna be fine. I agree that all art could be sold no matter the quality, but typically the higher quality, the better the art sells. Oh, I don't know if I agree with that. I guess it's not that absolute, right? I think terrible art sells very well in a lot of mediums. Video games being one of them. Music being another. Movies being another. All of it, really. But there's also a point that, yes, there needs to be like a certain level of quality for something to become popular. I agree with that. Yeah, I think the point, Macaron, is not that... It's not to say that ideas don't have... It's not that ideas don't matter or that a good idea is not a good idea. Some ideas are better than others, I'm sure. The point is that there's no shortage of them. There's an infinite well of ideas, right? It never stops. Listen, I'm yet to meet a writer that tells me I don't have any more ideas. I'm out. I'm yet to meet that. Every writer I talk to tells me the same thing. They have more ideas than they have time to write them. That's why the idea that they're worth nothing, because it's, you know. But yeah, I mean, obviously a good idea is a good idea, right? And among all my ideas for books, I can determine which ones are better than others, but that's just my personal preferences, I guess. That the difference between AI artists and artists, the later understand that IDs are the easiest part. Well, I mean, I think a lot of AI artists, they're stuck on the idea part. That's the thing, right, Captain Max? The only thing they do is the idea. It used to be that thing that I remember back in the day, you know, before Gen AI and a while ago, I think like 15 years ago or whatever. A big conversation in writing circles was that, well, you got an idea, that's great, but if you know, now what? Right? Do something with it. Write a thing. It's not real until the book's fucking written. If it's in your head, right? If I have my whole book in my head, that means nothing. It literally means nothing. It only becomes valuable when it's out there, when it's written. Even if it's bad, right? It has to be written first. And the problem, I think that sort of results from the Gen AI sort of rise and all of that is that suddenly these people that only have ideas feel like they've done something. And there's this result that comes out of nowhere with no effort, no work, nothing. And it's there, and then it satisfies their desire for creating something, which I find extremely sad. Because they're robbing themselves of the opportunity to be driven by that desire to create something and actually learn the skills and produce something that is actually meaningful, that comes from them, that goes through the filter of their experience, of their life, of their past, of their, you know, vision of the world again. And all the subtext and all the emotions and all the themes that come from those things are never get to come out and become something. And I think that's very unfortunate. That goes back exactly to what I was saying earlier, right? That's why I'm advocating for the idea of, if you look at this meaningless bunch of pixels and it creates emotions in you and you find meaning in it, that's the creative part of you that's working. That's the part you need to use to make something real out of it. And that will have a lot of value. But I'm sure, like, as a game dev, right, Captain Dax, how many people are like, oh, I have a great idea for a game. If you don't make anything with it, it's worthless. And you can't just be like, oh, Listen, I'm sure exceptions exist, but no studio wants to have an idea, man, right? No studio is looking for, oh yeah, we're gonna put a job posting for an idea, man, right? It's not a job. It doesn't exist. There's a reason for that. Everyone has ideas. Up the wazoo. Should have seen my paper design. Was the most fun you'd ever have. Yeah, tutorial game sounds like a great first step, of course, but like I get what Strange Spy is saying, right? The next step, you know, that's always the next step, you know. And I think that the point, and that's it ties in perfectly with the whole thing. You know, you get the idea, you're very motivated, you're like, oh my god, this is such a great idea, blah blah blah. You try to do the thing, and suddenly it's a lot of work. And suddenly the reality, you know, hits that your idea only goes so far. And suddenly when you put it on paper or a screen or whatever you're using as a medium, the idea doesn't feel so great anymore. Why is that? I'm sure some people watching and listening right now have had that experience before. You get a great idea for a song, a book, a game, a painting, whatever. And then you start working on it and it's like, oh my god, this is trash. This is garbage. How did I think this idea was good in the first place? And then you give up. Your idea hasn't changed. The value is still the same. It's just that suddenly you confronted yourself with the reality that creating something's fucking difficult. And you need to, you need to do the bad version of it first to then improve on it and make the good version eventually, right? Yeah, same, Brightboot, of course. Listen, my second published novel, I spent months hating that shit. I never wanted to finish it. I hated every part of creating that thing except getting the idea and starting to develop it. That was the fun part. As soon as I started literally properly working on it and writing it, I hated that shit every fucking day. I wanted to give up on that piece of trash so many times. I thought it was garbage. I thought the idea was meaningless. I thought it wasn't going anywhere. I thought it was a terrible follow-up to my first novel. I thought people were going to hate me. You know, all those things. If it wasn't for my girlfriend at the time, I would have never finished it. And then it went on to win an award, and most people think it's better than my first one. I still don't really see it, but I'm certainly glad I finished it. Yeah, of course, Soro. I agree. It applies to more than art, of course. Yeah, Brainy. How are you doing today? Yeah, RGZ did. Not everyone will agree with that. Some people hate the learning part, but I understand. Music was a great example for me because I hated learning the theory and all the like fundamental stuff, but I love just playing. I love just taking any instrument that I could put my hands on and just doing noise with it and figuring out how to make noise that sounded fun and interesting to me. But the theory part, hated it. Writing, not quite the same. I love the theory. I love the thinking. I love the structure as much as I love the the actual act of writing. Actually, in fact, I would go as far as to say I hate the fucking act of writing. It's so long and boring. I like when it's done though. That part feels good. But yeah, for me, the best motivation to write I could find was looking at my wall. I would not allow myself to do anything else than write when I was on the schedule and I was like, I have a deadline, I need to work. I'm not allowed to do, I'm allowed not to write, but I'm not allowed to do anything else. That was my rule. I would just look at my wall for like 20 minutes and then I would get so bored that writing felt like an escape. Like, you know what? I'm fucking bored anyway. I'm not gonna sit there for another 6 hours doing nothing. Might as well write. It worked. Met many people who became miserable when they started doing their hobbies professionally. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the context, right? I think if you're extremely successful, it can be okay. It's like you don't have to maybe think about the money part. You can take your time. You have a lot of more freedom, right? But if you're doing it literally like you have to produce to pay the bills, yeah, it can. I can see the sort of, it sort of saps the sort of the youthful enjoyment of it, I guess. That's how I would put it, Suddenly becomes a bit of a grind. Anyway, perfect room to have that conversation. Kind of wish there was a bit of music, but... And now, despite all of this, I'm nowhere closer to solving this. I have no clue what this wants of me. Genuine, veritable, eyeballs. I'm going over the same... I think my perspective needs to shift completely. I think I'm looking at this wrong. Are there notes on the gallery yet? No, I took a screenshot of the pictures. I think that's it. I was looking to draw it again because I wanted to see if the paintings would be different. And maybe that could change my understanding of what I'm supposed to do, but no, they're the same so far. And obviously I know like the letters, but there are so many options that I don't think it, you know, there's no point in me just flipping letters randomly, right? What's up, Jespo? Fisticuffs. Fist, cuffs, shooting star, tail, fist, tail. Star, fist, star. Fist, star. I don't know. Thick K. Thin. Pool. Pond. Water. Well. Thick well. Well thick. I just... God damn it. I don't have the brain for this. Full objective. Deadly sins. Bins. Nails. Call them 8. Dark fin. Bin, sin, bin. Oh. Hold on. Bin? Bin, sin, bin, pin? Skin? Hmm. Damn. So far, I will say this feels like the most stumped I've ever felt in the game. This room is the one thing I'm like, I don't think I'm ever gonna solve this. I don't even have a hint of anything I can start thinking about. It's completely escaping me. Everything else I've seen in the game, I'm like, yeah, I'll figure that out at some point. This is... Nope. Yeah, Bright Boot. Yeah, it seems to be. I remember last time we were here, people were saying the same. A common sentiment. Timmy, thank you for the tier 3 to Bryboot. I appreciate that very much. Thank you so very much, Timmy. That's extremely generous. And Bryboot, you will be remembered. I am so sad that the tier 3 gifted subs don't trigger the tier 3 level, because it's based on the number of subs, not the tier. And there's no option to differentiate that on Stream Elements, unfortunately. I really wish it would trigger the organ, because it deserves an organ sound every time. Yeah, Brywood. Timmy always seems to be gifting tier 3s. He loves the tier 3 gifts. Extremely generous. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, Mage. Nice, nice. I mean, listen, I'm gonna have to, you know, I'm gonna have to keep thinking about this one. Maybe one day something will click and I'll, you know, I feel like it's one of those things, like, as soon as I sort of understand the language it's trying to speak, it might click and I'm gonna be like, oh, I get it now, and you know, but right now it feels like we were talking about the dialogue between the audience and the artist. Right now the artist is speaking a foreign language. I don't... He's speaking a language I don't speak. I can shitpost in the spoiler chat now. Yeah, that spoiler chat, I'm sure, is very active on days where I keep being stumped forever. Duolingo doesn't seem to have a blueprints option. Yeah. The fuck is up with the giant P there? It's like, this is mirrored. I've established that last time. This is like mirrored, but there's a missing P. Maybe you could use the same strategies for writing. You can only stare at those paintings. Nothing else is allowed. I've been doing that for the past hour. Now, granted, I was distracted by the conversation a little bit, but I was thinking about it. You know, some of my other cores were going over this shit. Alright, I'm gonna look at this one. This one feels the most verbal one, right? Genuine, veritable, and then actual object. This one feels like it's speaking broken English. So I'm gonna focus on this one for a bit. I know this isn't great content. I'm sorry, guys. This is probably the most boring part of this entire run, but... What's up, Matchless? How are you doing today? It's great content, gives me flashback to my own experience. Yeah. In a few years, we'll look back at the gallery and think, oh, we've been through this together. Genuine, veritable, genuine. Something about like authenticity, right? Genuine, veritable. Wine, table. Sign. Bowl. Eyeball. Hmm. Actual object. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Only one. That's a rare single sneeze for me. Genuine, veritable. Thank you, thank you. Genuine. Maybe I'm completely wrong. I mean, the veritable one, it seems obvious, right? Veritable? Genuine? Manson. Yeah, I don't know. I'm inputting letter just for the sake of, you know. Like missing Mariah Carey in one word. Oh, has the song started to play on the radio already? 10 days out? Probably, right? Genuine, veritable, actual, objective. It would start in November. It's been a month. Yeah, I don't know. I don't listen to the radio or watch or anything. Except Willie. Some people just don't understand art. I'm one of them today. Yep. This gallery has me stumped. Hmm. Wait. I don't think my notes will have. I feel like this is like a self-contained thing. Hmm. Genuine, veritable eyeballs. Objective. Sign. Man. I love that the corner of this room is bugged. And I can hear like sounds from the outside. Hmm. 7 letters, huh? Who wouldn't call their painting Vixity? Yeah. Big Zuni. Piatuni. Piatuni. Poatuni. That sounds like a... Poatuni sounds like I don't know, Samoan name or something. Genuine, veritable. Like, that's the only thing that I feel sort of confident about in the entire room, right? Is the genuine and the veritable. But hmm. Actual objective. Yeah, this room, you know, this room makes me feel extremely stupid. And I'm okay with that. So let's think about it more as an abstraction. We have a bunch of eyeballs looking everywhere except in the correct direction of the actual. They're lost, they're blind, they're misguided. Then there's those two verbal elements, genuine, veritable. I don't know. I'm not seeing the dots that I'm supposed to connect. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just as stumped as the first time I was here. My mind has made zero progress on those things. Guess we'll have to return to it in the future. Maybe one. I don't know, maybe, you know, maybe I'll find a letter somewhere, something that gives me a hint about how I'm supposed to do those things, like what the language is. There's always a chance. Like the letters we found about the other puzzles, right? The puzzle rooms. We solved them before we found the letters, but we later found stuff like hints, and maybe the same will happen here. Yeah, right now I'm just I don't speak the language. Feel lost in a foreign country that I don't know. Like I've been teleported in Japan suddenly and nobody speaks English. Or French or any other language I somewhat know. Where's Scarlett Johansson? I watched that movie again recently. It's so good. Well, alright, let's see. Oh, fuck. What if I can get the reading nook? I can immediately get the second library. We could be able to read a book today. I just need it to be oriented the right way. Let's see. I mean, the problem is, if I do that, I don't finish the whole thing. Which... is it important? It is important to me. I kind of want to finish it. I'm just going to keep with the aquarium and that. I'm going to embrace the meme until the end. Alright, let's try to find maybe something interesting for the last two. Shit. I think there's an argument to put the break room down, so I can start tomorrow with the key card and then call it a day in here. Yeah, I think that's not a bad idea. Shit, there's new fucking things on the walls. Oh, they have a coffee machine now. It looks less cozy than it did before. It looks a bit more corporate. Okay, those are the same. H.S. Sinclair and Anne Babbage are the only two on the estate with network admin access. Well, that's not true. Also, I don't know if I've ever found, like, Sinclair. What would be Sinclair's code? Sync H? I'm pretty sure I tried Sync H. I have to try that again. We have to go to Blackbridge. Staff contracts are no longer kept on the highest rank. Staff contracts, huh? Rules for staff: 1 point per consecutive dartboard solved during breaks. Each week points total reset. And weekly leader get extended lunch. Huh? KT. Wow. That's Kathleen Thompson, I think. Killing it. Who's KD? Babbage. Some of those names, I want to screenshot that because some of those names might actually be worth investigating when it comes to like all the admin names and all that. I'll put that somewhere in here. Alright, let's solve the puzzle, even though no real point to it. No! I'm gonna do that with the mouse. Because the rotating thing is so imprecise. 12... 8... 1. Okay. Well, 20. So do I need to be in the room? If you call it a day in the break room, yeah, okay. We'll have to come back. Alright, let's see. What can we... I almost want to get the spare servant's quarter just to see how many keys we're gonna get. Like, how do they even display the keys? I kind of want to... The temptation just to see. Because, like, there's not enough fucking hooks on the thing. But I don't have anything to do with the keys, so I might as well try to find something else. Like if I can find a freezer, for instance, that'd be decent for tomorrow, right? Yeah, I'm gonna be smart and try to find something actually useful. There we go. In a room full of aquariums, we found a freezer. Manifestations, the key to life. Yeah, I would like to manifest the solution to that fucking gallery puzzle, please. Alright, I'm gonna... Listen, okay, hold on. I'm gonna randomly click those words and it's gonna write the actual answer. Bekad. Bless you. Naturally, yeah, bekad. I don't know. I don't think manifesting works. Genuine, veritable, actual objective. What else have you tried? Man, I don't even know where to start with this room. It like I've never blanked so hard on anything. It's actually crazy. Yeah, so you're not the first one to say that. A lot of people have mentioned the same thing. I'm sure I'll get it one day. Okay, time to check Emerald bracelet. Emerald bracelet, my beloved. Keep doing what you do best. We have so many steps and nothing to do with it. What a shame. This house is amazing. This was such a funny run. Like, it was completely meaningless. Like, we had the code check, so we had nothing stopping us. We had the, you know, the experiment, the radiation thing that unlocked every door. There was literally nothing stopping us from just putting aquariums everywhere. And it was so funny. I don't know. At some point I started getting caught up in just like putting aquariums everywhere and not really thinking about anything. And we still solved the fucking safe. Somehow. So we still made some progress. I did, yeah. The study's safe. Yep. Yep. On a completely throwaway idea, by the way. I looked at, you know, the elements of the room, and I was like, oh, well, I might as well try that. It's in my brain. Might as well put it on the thing and see what it does. And it worked. And I was like, oh, well, that was kind of stretch, but I'll take it. Yeah, Credo. Not only an aquarium, but a source of energy too. Yeah. Yeah, no, exactly, Captain Dax. If you have a thought, you need to try it. If only, like, because even if it doesn't work and it was a stupid idea, at least it's not in your brain anymore. You know, you've excluded that possibility, which is value in itself. Hold on. I just noticed the door is slightly opened. That feels very significant somehow. The door is slightly open. I didn't notice that before just now. Also, the painting is a little crooked. The bins aren't straight. And I don't know. It doesn't connect to anything. Oh, god damn it. I don't know how to explain how I feel in this room. It's like I have a bunch of separate, small, tiny ideas, and there's no connection whatsoever between each of them. And where I would normally be able to sort of find links and sort of draw some, you know, reasonings and all that, it's just blank. It's completely blank. I don't see any relation between any of those elements. I felt dumb. Yeah, no, I mean, I feel a little bit of that, Goose. It's mostly like, I don't feel dumb as much as I feel like I don't speak the language. I feel lost in a foreign country. That's the best way I can express it. I feel like I don't speak the language. Shooting star, but it's also a fist, and it holds a pair of cuffs. Electric power plant, nice. One's 5, one's 8. I mean, hold on. Yeah, but that's not even... No. So I was thinking, you know, like the deadly sins, a shark is deadly, whatever. Like I'm trying to really like think out of the box a little bit right now, but yeah, nothing just... The 7 deadly sins, and then there's like an 8. So an infinity symbol, but you know, the 8 in this game has always been represented on its side. Kind of makes me want to, like, take the smallest one and catalog every letter as a board, you know, like, and then see if I can come up with a word. It's just, you know, as a starting point. Problem is there's a lot of options, so I think there's gonna be, you know, a lot of potential words. You know what? Hey, why not? You know, let me try that. Let's see what we can get if I do that. Let's just have a visual look at this. My attempt, I don't do this in an attempt to brute force the thing. I just want to see if it creates anything in my brain, jogs the memory. I think there's 8. We looked at it like last time. I think it was 8 per. So let's see. Okay. Hold on, I need bigger letters. Oh, okay, the D is one. I'm gonna use those letters. Can be removed, by the way. B. W. Oh yeah, I'm using Scapuldilly, but the software obviously doesn't look like that out of the box. I customized it and then did some OBS magic. F. T. S. Yeah, I mean, there's way too many options for me to brute force anything. I want to see if it just creates a thought. C, and then back to D, right? Yep. A. Oh my god, this is gonna take ages! H. Okay, A, H, I, E. A, H, I, E. R, L, C, O. R, L, C, O. Much faster. Perfect. Let's see. E, I, O, U. E, I, O, U. R, N, T, A. R, N, T, A. D, C, M, N. D, C, M, N. R, A, E, I. R, A, E, I. Hello? T, D, K, E. T, D, K, E. E, E, K, E. R, S, N, A. R, S, N, A. Okay. Ha. All right. We have our letters. Now what? I mean, I can start looking at letters that can combine with one another. Some of them can't. Like T and L can't follow one another, for instance. Like, a way that I can see approaching it is you take the first letter, and then you go to the second, and then you look what it does, right? Yeah. Everglass. Oh, that's a funny one, yeah. Nice coincidence. But yeah, like, that, you know, D-A, and then what? Da-E, no. Da-E... Probably not. Dao, no. Dao, probably not. Dar, dare, 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 dares, right? Could be one. And like going with that process, you know, we eliminate a lot of options, I think. Dane, Dan, 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 Dana, Dan, Danes? Danes? Dates? Dates is, no. It's obviously a meaningful word in this game, but I don't really see. Dates. Hmm. Dan. I mean, listen. A fist, a pair of cuffs, and something thick. That's a good. That fits with the dates thing. Just kidding. It crossed my mind, so I had to say it out loud. Thick. Pond or pool. Shallow waters. Let's continue. Or bards. Or bears. Barns. Water. Worms. Warns. Fart. No farts. There's no T on this columns. It was pretty close though. Bears. What I'm trying to do right now, basically, and I know it looks like brute forcing, which technically it is. I'm trying to understand the language. I'm trying to sort of like... I'm trying to retro-engineer the language of the thing, right? If that makes any sense. If I can find something and then find a word and then I'm like, oh, it works, right? Like it fits the whole thing and suddenly like it's... Then I can, you know, sort of like look at it from another perspective of being like, oh, I understand how it tried to get me to the word. Now maybe let's see if I can apply that to the other words, right? What did I do? I listed every letter for every option, and I'm looking to see if I can find a word that feels meaningful, right? Wands? Wata? Wah. 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 Fairs. Fannies? Fat baits? What's up, Surflux? What a gallery does to you motherfuckers. Pow. Pow. Parm. Paris? Paris? No. Parks? No. Oh wait, I'm not done with. Oh, I always go with the A, but then I forget to do the others. Wins. Yeah, hold on. I skipped quite a bit. I always went with the A. There. Dr. Okay, D. Dear. Dyers. Dinner? Diner. Dinar. There. That. Deeds. Yeah, I'm trying hard. Not certain. Sometimes Braiboot, I see words. I'm like, I'm not saying that. Deers. Dread. Dream. No. Red. Drums. I don't think this works. Door. Doors? Dora. Dory. ¿Dónde? ¿Dónde está la solución? Donnie. My buddy Donnie. Dota. Dotty. Beach. Okay, no, it misses the H at the end, but we're almost there. Bin. Binds. Bitter. No, isn't that a T? Bites. You remember doing this? It feels like if I'm completely stuck anyway, might as well spend some time trying to, you know, decode the language, right? And then maybe it will leach something. I don't know. Bears. Bet. Beads. I mean, if there's already cuffs and fits in, you know what? Let me not finish that thought. Blue, bruh. Bruh. What's up, Nibiru? Bro. Bread. Thick bread. Brine. Brick. Brick? That's a weird word. Brick. Brooder. Broom. Brr. Kind of cold in here. Brad. Brack. Brahms. Bran. Gotta eat your fiber. Brands. Brand. Brand? Yangthar. Bleh. Blimp? No. Blick. It's German. Blink. Blink 182, yeah. Wait, okay. Blonde? A thick blonde? No? Blonk? Blonk? Bloomin'. Blunt. See, this is why it's hard, because there's so many actual words that you can find, right? There's enough letters that you can find so many words, and then it's like, okay, that's a word. Do I find meaning with the word and the, you know, the visuals? Which it could be something I'm completely, maybe I already found the right word and I'm just completely missing the meaning. That's also very possible. Blurs. Blurt? Blah. Blame? Blade? Blair. I should have written all the words that I found. That's something I should have done. That was a bit dumb of me not to do that. Like the words that kind of feel like they mean something, you know, and then I have a list of them and I can think about it. Wah. Wah. Wait, I'm not done with the B. Bored. Okay. That's a very meaningful word with me in this room, I feel. Bored. Born. E? Boo. Hold on. Or let me do that. If I don't get bull. Boo. Boom. Boon. Boon? No, I don't. Is this how you play Scrabble? I don't know. I've never played Scrabble. Boor. Board. Or board? Like board, like a board? Not board, but a board. Bones? Cuffs are bonds, right? But thick bonds? What would be the link with the rest of it? Bonds. I don't think it's gonna be that literal. Binds is one as well. Bones? Bones. But boars? Boats. Nope, there's no T. Board again. Wind. Wires. Weird. Oh yeah, weird definitely fits. Every one of these paintings, by the way. Where's... Where... Weeds? Weeds? Thickweed. Wee. 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 Where, when, wet? Weens? Where's? Wrong. Right, no. Rar. Whoa. Woo. Woods. Words? Yeah, words, for sure. Worms. Wars. Worms. Thick worms. How are you, matey? I'm sorry. I'm sure this is ridiculous, but I'm just trying to find a first, you know, get my foot in the door. Okay, that has nothing to do with anything. I just noticed the name Caleb here. The letter we read earlier was from a Caleb, or yesterday. I wonder if it's the same guy. Like the kid that grew up or something. Anyway, focusing. War. One. What? Water. WOTR. Water. Far. Farms. Bears. Fan. Bane. Fat fates. Fires? Firms? Fire. Finesse. I know that's not how you spell it, but fines. Thick fines. And if you don't pay them, you get put to prison. Finic. Fair. Burns. Feral. Fetas, like the cheese. Fears? And fears is a meaningful word, but like thick fears? What? I mean, I don't have to look at it so literally, right? Fears? Could it be fears? It's like fear of being imprisoned, right? The fear of feeling a prisoner of something. I don't know what the fist could, mean. I don't know what the projector could mean. Or water. I don't know. And nothing of it makes sense. My mouse is falling. So hold on. My mouse just yeeted off the desk. Sorry. I have to get the. My mouse was like, I'm out of here. This is too much for me. How's everyone doing today? Are we good? We having a good time? What a stupid way of playing this game. That really took me out of the experience. I'm sorry, Brightwood. I'm doing my best over here. You're suffering, sorry. Oh yeah? How so? Also, who's we? Do you represent a union of viewers? Alright, sorry. I Had to wipe my mouse a little bit. Yo, what's up, legends? I am suffering. Oh, what? Why are you suffering? Where's the pain coming from? Let's keep going. Years. I mean, I don't think you want to help. Oh, yeah, don't. I do not need the help. Especially not. I was trying to see maybe by inputting a word, like it does something, right? Like it maybe like there's a click or something that indicates, hey, you found the right word. Which if the game is evil, it will only do something if the four fucking things are correct, right? And it will do nothing in the meantime. That would be the ideal way of doing this if you don't want to, you know, if on my opinion. I wanted to try to input one word. What's happening? Could someone explain why there is a word search in 500 aquariums? You had to be there, Thurlow. You had to be there. I'm sorry to hear about the bad news, Noger. Hope it's not too bad. No. Done with this. Friend. Frid. Frick. Oh, frick. Friar. Fried. Free. Now I'm thinking about, like, you know, the free F-R-E-E, freed. Hey, nice, Jespo. It's therapy is good. Therapy is good, and you are doing something great for yourself. Fruit. See, that when I find a word like fruit is when I know that this method's not gonna work. Cause, like, what the fuck? I can find any word I want in this shit. Fruit. I still think it's thick blondes. Oh. Fruits. Frack. Frame. Thick frames. You've been framed. Frame. Flame. Flame, flare, flare. Bloom, loam, lime, black, oh, force. Force. Foams. Pants. Pain. Are and patat. Patat. It's in there. Beautiful. Book. E. Intense. Pines. Is patat a French word? Not really. You need an E at the end. Patat, yeah. It's just that in Disco Elysium, I think they say patat without the E at the end. So it pitch? No. Fire pints? No. Pears. Pen. Pet. Eat. Pears. Look, pro, pre, prem, prom, proms, rods, rocks, prong, pro, prune, bar, place. Plant. Plain. That pomme de terre. Yeah, patate and pomme de terre are the same thing. Like saying potato and spud, right? Bloom. Poo. Or what? Ponds. What? Coats. Are tar there. Tatas. Thick tatas that we found that. I am a child. That's just my brain being at the end of, you know, I'm at the end of the shift. My brain's just gone. Tires. Titan? Titan? Terra. Teams. Rend. Tro. Tro. Gun. To. Tor. Horns. Horn. Or. Gun. Ton. Toro. Toro. Tota. Sa. Satan. Found Satan in there. Shine? Shine. Stone. Shore. Shame. Sin. Sit. Term. Turn. Bird. Verse. Rose. Rose. Row. Slow. Slow. Look. That's a nice word. Sluck. Slate. Slams. So sore. Sun. Dot. Car. Carne. Can. Canes. Cat. Dish. Cheek. Hems. Chode. Whoops. Sure. Bone. Food. Great. Rain. Words. Born. Or yeah, I don't know. I obviously went a little faster there at the end. A lot of words came up, none of them really meaningful. I don't know. I may have even said the right word. Who the fuck knows? If I came up with, like, if the right word crossed my mouth today, I haven't found the connection, right, between the word and the thing. So it's I need to think about it more. But I have the start of a thought, right? I have a sort of a little bit of a thing that I can study if I ever want to. Like, the word's somewhere in there, right? There's one of those combination of letters is gonna make the word, probably. I just can't figure it out. Mystery. Pair of handcuffs. The handcuff. I feel like the handcuffs is the most explicit part of this. That's why I'm always like looking at them first. It's a very explicit symbolism, I feel like, right? With the idea of something that traps you. Something that keeps you prisoner, something that attaches you to something, right? There's a clear sort of like symbolism attached to the cuffs. A link, maybe, you know, like it expresses something that has to do with a, you know, an attachment to something, someone, whatever, or being locked or imprisoned, or it feels like the message of the symbolism of the cuffs is a little clearer than anything else. I don't know, like, could be anything, especially like with the way it, like, it's visualized with the thick letters and then the 1K. that is suddenly thin. This is strange, right? Like, that's notable. The reflection in the water is notable. That this is a projector, I'm pretty sure. So, like, there's a light that's being shined on this. I don't know. It literally, my brain does not connect any dots. It's very, very annoying. My brain is failing me right now. Yeah, I don't. We'll have to return to it eventually. The big honga bunga. Very good name. All right, I guess we're gonna retire in the break room, and then this way tomorrow we have. Hanging out here once again really reminds me of the good old days of the mice will play. Okay, for a second I thought this was gonna be like a big revelation. It could be something interesting, but the mice will play. The good old days of the mice will play. That sounds like maybe a bar. Weird name for a bar, but you know. The good old days at the mice will play. Let me take a screenshot of that just in case. It has to be significant. It's there. Where's the break room? I mean, it used to be the billiard room. Let's see, billiard. Oh boy, there's so many fucking things. There it is. Found it. Break room. Writing on the side of the machine. Yeah, we're gonna have to go over all those notes one of these days. All right. I think we're calling it here. I really feel stumped by this gallery thing. I'm gonna have to figure it out one of these days because it's making me annoyed with myself. I feel like I should be able to figure that out, but I can't even. I don't even know where to begin. The Archaeological Shopping Center? That's such a disappointing name. What do you mean, Archaeological Shopping Center? I was hoping for a more interesting name, I will say. I get that we had a few shops and... Oh, well, I get... Okay. The aquarium, of course, it counts as all the rooms, so it counts as all shops, right? I get it. I get it. Very cool. What a weird day. What a strange day that was. But hey, we had fun with it. We opened the safe. We made some progress. Wasn't exactly, you know, the most sort of exciting or anything, but we did make some progress. So, yeah. Take the wins and the losses. Very silly day, yeah. Alright, thank you everybody for watching. Appreciate you guys. I will be back. So again, tomorrow is oh god, what happens? What is going on? Okay. I somehow triggered the magnifier on my stream. I don't know what triggered it, but it was very surprising. I've never seen that before. Anyway, yeah, so tomorrow's a maybe again. I'm waiting to hear from my mom to know if I have to help her and drive her. So tomorrow's a maybe. Please join Discord to make sure. I'll keep you guys updated as soon as I know. It might be a little later in the day. Because she needs to make a decision if she's going by train or not. So I will let you guys know about tomorrow. Please join Discord. If not tomorrow, I'll be back on Wednesday. Next stream, regardless of whichever one it is, next stream, I think I'm going to activate the promo thing again for the gifted subs. We need to use those promos until the end of the year, so I said I was going to do one a week. Maybe I'll do that next time. Yeah. Winky plus numpad magnifier. I was turning off my controller and moving my mouse, so I don't know what triggered it. Must have been an weird interaction with the controller, I'm assuming. Yeah. Alright, well, anyway. I will leave you guys on your way. I will see you guys in the next one, either tomorrow or Wednesday. Again, please join Discord if you want to make sure the Discord link is under the video. And yeah, thank you guys for hanging out tonight. Thank you for the resubs, gift subs. Thank you for being here even when I'm not doing very much in the game and we're struggling to find answers. Yeah, I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys in the next one. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.